Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak in English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Social media is evolving. It's more vibrant, more colorful, more energetic, and so are you. It's not just photos anymore. It's video, it's audio, it's subscriptions. And now there's Fanbase, a new monetized social network. Fanbase delivers the complete native app experience with full content monetization for every user. No algorithms that shadow ban your engagement or growth, and no ads. Follow anyone for free and subscribe directly to your favorite creators for $4.99 a month. Plus, show some love by tipping on any post. Also, make a Fanbase page and monetize your content the same way. Finally, connect with your followers by posting the amazing content you already create. And now, get paid for it. It's time to energize and monetize. Because everyone's a fan of something, and everyone has a fan base.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement, I love to leave the inherited lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income, and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. Wow. I nearly lost it all. When I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Morris.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish,
Goldie,
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserve. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
La connexion BU. La connexion BU.
In a world obsessed with the cult of celebrity, I challenge you not to aspire to anyone else's greatness, but instead strive to reveal and ignite the greatness within you.
Are you serious?
I totally think that that's it.
Hey.
No!
Hey! To me, sexy is a man that knows who he is and what he wants.
Okay.
He's comfortable. You look at him, you see him, he's just comfortable being himself. And you're like,
Baby, be you.
Be you, baby.
Just be you. I like it. Introducing the BU collection, exclusively available at K&G Fashion Superstore.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it. To kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations, and welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Dr. Enolia Harris Pedro, coming to you from Angola, Africa. I am your business moderator for this session on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and sites all over the cities of the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our first speaker is Dr. Clarence Green with a fireside chat with me. Dr. Green is a global advocate against human trafficking trained by federal agencies, including the Counter-Trafficking Unit of Trinidad and Tobago. They have led awareness programs across the United States, Trinidad and Tobago, and the UK with initiatives like Look Beneath the Surface and Safeguarding the Family, earning recognition. Through the I Can initiatives, they have trained school administrators and law enforcement. Their advocacy earned them a doctorate of his advocacy, Dr. Green's advocacy, earned him a Doctorate of Divinity degree and appointments as Caribbean Director and Grace International Bible University and Ambassador to the Caribbean for AFRIDU, where he champions Pan-African and human rights. As the Vice President of Impact Africa Technical University, he contributed to its royal accreditation by CORAC. He also manages Bijou Caribbean Connect, a network of 20 plus radio stations amplifying awareness. Trained by the Counter-Trafficking Unit of Trinidad and Tobago, he specializes in victim risk assessment, trauma care, shelter protection, and trafficking identification. Committed to ending modern slavery, he continues advancing prevention, protection, and prosecution efforts. Welcome, Dr. Green.
Thank you for having me here. It is an honor and a privilege, and I'm honored to be here with you this morning.
Thank you so much. And wow, there's a plethora of things that you do. And I would want to take this opportunity to really just unpack a little at a time so that we can get the breadth of everything that you bring to the table. Well, why don't you share with us why your passion for entrepreneurship and all of the different range of things that you do?
You know, one of the things that you would find out about me is there is definitely a passion about life and about people, families. There's an extremely creative side of me. And that side of me drives some of the initiatives that I create. As I meet and connect with people, I'm a communicator. So as I meet and connect with people from all walks of life through, whether it's counseling or training, ideas come to me, or the collaboration brings ideas to me. And what I do, there's a pioneering side of me that creates at warp speed. And so I jot down a lot of these things that comes to mind that I feel that needs to be addressed or bring to the table. And as the need arises, I roll them out when the time is right. So that's why the training, I've always been somebody who's about studying and reading and training. And this year, I think late last year, I decided I'm not going to study anymore. I'm not going to read as much as I used to read, but I'm going to just work on what I've already absorbed in my system, just share it with the world as much as I can, and enjoy what I do rather than continue to study and study and study and study. You can study so much, but there comes a time when you want to exhale all of that information and stuff inside of you. So that's what I'm about for 2025.
So I'd like to really dive into just a little bit of the fact that you are a person that is trained for dealing with human trafficking, which is a problem that we have across this world. So how did you get involved and engaged in that aspect of being able to help and support and protect people?
Interesting. It was never my intent to get into something like this. I actually stumbled on it. I was led to it. Let me put it like that. I had founded an organization in Atlanta when I lived there called Foundation for Men Awareness Incorporated. And we focused mostly with dealing with, the name says it all, dealing with men and men's issues, and how the government responds to us. And what I found was there was a lopsidedness in the way they responded to male issues as against how they respond to women issues. And so I was invited, my office was right downtown Atlanta, and I was invited to this huge conference. And I had the audacity to ask some questions. I was amazed with the information, but everybody on the panel were only women. And the entire conference, we were just about the only men, 3 of us from my organization. And in listening, I decided to stand up and ask some very pointed questions. And they were surprised and shocked that I had the nerve to ask it, but I did. And at the end of the conference, the organization called me, a mixture of private organizations and government agencies, called me into a meeting and said, "We'd like to have you aboard." And I was like, this is kind of, I just came here to this. But why I joined with them is because the passion to speak out against the issues that deals with men. I stumbled on it, and my intent was really just to speak about it from a male perspective. But as I gathered training from agencies within the United States government, agencies like Rescue and Restore, and these agencies, I found out that it was bigger than just the men issue, even though we wanted to focus on the men aspect of it, because the women aspect was already taken care of. There were no shelters for men or anything like that when they found them in situations. And I stumbled on it, and it became, it not only piqued my interest, I went after this training with some passion. And in doing that, I realized how vulnerable the society, not just Atlanta, but I realized the society globally, how vulnerable we are to this heinous crime. And with that, I launched a movement that would signal to the world, here I am. I'm going to share this information as much as I can, train, be trained, and share this information with organizations, schools, and everybody I come in contact with. And that's how I got involved.
Which is phenomenal. And for those people who don't know you, you are a huge advocate for women, giving women a voice and a platform in so many different ways. So I think that this is excellent as a prelude to talk a little bit about your radio stations and the various things that you bring forward as a platform, not only to, amplify the voice of women, but to amplify the voice of various different issues. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Oh yeah, well, great. It's really, like I said, the creative side of me is so open. My daughter said to me that she was born with a curse, and I said, "What is that?" She said, "That creative side of you is something else, Daddy. Something I have to deal with on a daily basis. It's so strong." And so, one of the things that I do is create. I'm a pioneer. And so the idea came to begin a movement with women, because when you look at all the phenomena and crimes in the world, like whether it's abuse against women or domestic violence or human trafficking, you realize the key player is always the woman. She plays a key role in these crimes. And so I wanted to set up something where women had a voice, a space, a safe space to be able to express and exhale and talk about all the issues that they go through. It doesn't matter what it is. And Hard Talk Between Sisters came to me. It's just like, wow, this is great. When you say sisters, you're not talking just Black. You're just talking about every single woman there is on the face of the earth, wherever she came from. And I thought it was a warm title, Hard Talk Between Sisters. And so we did that for 2 years. We launched it 2 years ago as a conversation entitled Your Story, where we dealt with the success of women globally and the struggle to get there, what it looks like, what it felt like, the struggles to get there, the support or lack of support, but finally making it, and use it as a foundation, as a base to incorporate other conversations, to form friendships, to form business relationships and partnerships. And you would be amazed at what came out of that. People met people they never thought that they would have met. Business partnerships met. people traveling to different countries and realized they had a friend in the country because she was part of Heart Talk Between Sisters. And then we moved in the third year. We decided to just not have the conversation about your story, but to actually create a radio station called Heart Talk Between Sisters, where for 24/7, 365 days a year, women get an opportunity, all led by women, to have conversations, female conversations, biased conversations, if you want to call it, all day long about women, and nothing is off the table to talk about. It's a really wonderful place to be, and we are always looking for conversations, all looking for women, and to place in that. And from that, we move them into different areas. So you find that other things came out of that, like the Icon Talks, or we move them into an area where we highlight them in Black Entrepreneur magazine and do the awards like that, so that they can be highlighted globally and people can know what they do. So a lot of things happen after the conversation, but it just takes them from one place to as high as they can go.
So let's take this slowly but surely. So let's migrate into Icon Talks. But before we do that, is there any other area of the radio, like that was just one of many, because you have a little bit more than 22 radio stations. So
That's
you
right.
talked about one area of the radio.
One area. It's just one area. Yeah.
So do you want to mention any of the other areas? Because I know that each one of them are so significant in terms of what they support, what they're promoting, and what they have to say.
I believe that conversation can change the world. Really great conversations can change the world. And if we listen carefully, even though we have difference in culture and everything else, education, religious belief, I believe if we listen carefully to each other, there are certain things that everybody wants to really be heard. Everybody wants to be respected of their beliefs, whatever that might be. And one of the things that I wanted to do is to build 365 radio stations. And I wanted to place one station per day I wanted to create. It kind of matched with the year, 365 days a year. And I wanted to place every one of those stations in every country in the world, so that people can hear the conversations that I'm talking about, that we are talking about even right now, in their own language and dialect. That was the whole thing. But when I got to 2022, I'm like, this is a lot. So I stopped at around that time. I said, look, I'm going to have to cut this back, because getting the personnel to handle all of this is another area. And so there's 22 radio stations that are placed strategically around the world. There's WCAN, that's the brand name in a lot of cases. WCAN radio in United States, there's one in Canada, there's one in the UK, there's all of the Caribbean, in Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados, Jamaica, there's one in Africa, and so that's we name it. So you would hear WCAN. WCAN is the brand name. What does it stand for? Actually, it's my name. As in radio, W is our world, and the CAN is my name. The C stands for Clarence, the A is my middle name, which is Archibald, and the N is network. So CAN branches from a word, and I'm not going to talk religion here, but it really comes from something that I've read in my spiritual devotions, that talks about I can do all things. And so I can, W can, if you want to call it we can, I can, you can, everyone can. We can make a difference. We can change the world through conversations. And that is the whole idea of getting all these areas of communication, so that people can tune in 24/7. You want to hear something African? You can go to the African continent. We're 1-point-something billion people. You can tap into that. You want to hear something Caribbean? You can come to Caribbean Connect. We have the Caribbean Connect. Icon Talks. You have WADS WADS, which is what? WADS WADS is about advertising all the time, 24/7, no conversation, just advertising businesses all the time, 365 days a year. That's all it does. And so that is the platform. Is why radio and not like we're doing it here, because people are more comfortable, and especially men, talking about stuff that has happened to them without a face, So it's an
Yes.
easy place to have conversation without identifying. Well, you see my face, so whether you know my name, you can identify me at some point in time. But if I come on the radio, I can say everything that has happened to me, and no one knows what I look like. You might hear my song, my name, but you would never know what I look like. And so it's easy for people to really exhale all the gory details of their life and how they got there without having a face or being victimized after. And so that's why I stuck with radio. To give people that comfort.
So, and why don't you give us the name of that radio station right now? Because there's so many other things I want to share.
Well, the radio station, you have Caribbean Connect. This is what we came down to. Caribbean Connect is led by Bijou, which is my main company, BIJOU, which stands for Jewel. And out of that, everything comes after that. So all the departments of communication or whatever we do, the Icon Talks, WCAN Radio, you want to type it in on the thing, type WCAN Radio. We actually broadcast on the platform of Zeno. So if you want to find us, you go to Zeno and you can find WCAN Radio USA, WCAN Radio Canada, UK. You can just type it in and you will get all these different genres, all these different conversations. We still fine tuning, but it's there and it's being developed as we go along. But right now, what we're pushing is not WCAN Radio, the Caribbean Connect. It's a wonderful thought. It's a wonderful concept of connecting everything that's Caribbean. We have so much to offer, so many diverse cultures and dialects and the way we say things. And some of you may be hearing me right now and not understanding every single word I say because it is passionate about being Trinidadian and the way I pronounce my words and the way I say the same things you say differently. But if we listen carefully, we would still get the message, either by my body movement or my eyes or my hands or something may just trigger, oh, I now understand what he's saying. And we bring that to the world, whether it's our carnival or culture or businesses, all of that, and we share it with the world. And then the world shares what they have with us. So Caribbean Connect connects everybody together in the world. And then we connect the world to us through our magazine that is about to be launched in 2 months, through the Black Entrepreneur magazine, and all these areas of subtle platforms that pops up because we see the need for people to share and to challenge what they're doing and to take it to a different level. And so Caribbean Connect it's the main place to be for us right now. Even though the rest of the station is there, but we are pushing that. We are pushing Caribbean Connect. We are pushing Icon Talks. We are pushing all the conversation, the Icon Math. Listen to the word Icon. Everything is about Icon, can. Because I want people to understand in the mind as I speak to you that you can do it. What's holding you back? Nothing. The ideas come. Don't allow anybody to tell you it cannot happen. When I started this movement 15 years ago, people would laugh at me. You think anybody would be listening to you, Clarence? It was my dream. It wasn't your dream. And so I didn't allow them to. It took time and years and 15 hours a day and mistakes and finding the right platform and the right sound and the right people to link up with. Link up is another, that word, link up is a segment that we have on the station. So you see, as I'm speaking, it's coming back, link up Africa, link up here with you because I'm here on your show and we're linking up, but it really is a segment about business as well and linking the African continent to the Caribbean and all of that. So this is what it's about. Communication, and every aspect of it is communication.
So I want to get into Icon Talks. Talk to us about Icon Talks and Icon Math.
Wow. Icon Talks is an amazing place for everyone to be. We looked at a lot of platforms that do it, and I'm not going to mention their names, but we all know those platforms. Icon Talks is a place where we take people who are passionate about what they do. In my case, I'm passionate about a lot of things, but mainly human trafficking. I like sharing that information and training people on safety. So if I was to be part of Icon Talks, my passion, I would bring that passion to Icon Talks, where I get 6 or 7 minutes to talk about specifically that subject. I'm on center stage. I speak about it with passion. I speak on it in a way that educates the people, and they're asking for more. And that may bring something else after. Somebody may say, he's a great speaker, I want to hear him. But everybody has an opportunity based on their passion, based on what drives them every morning. It may be different to mine. I may not like it, but we give you an opportunity to speak about all those social issues for 6 or 7 minutes. You're center stage. The audience is excited to hear what you have to say, and you bring it. You can bring it through poetry. You can bring it through dress and the conversation. You can bring it in whichever dynamic way you want to bring it. I'm from the Caribbean, so maybe I may dress with something red, white, and black because I'm in Trinidad. So you can know that, hey, he's from Trinidad, my flag, my culture, everything. But I'm bringing home a message to you that is going to change your life. That's going to affect you in some way, something that you heard, no matter how dynamic it comes across. I am educating you based on what I'm trained to do, what I'm passionate about, and that's what ICANN talks about. So we're inviting people to join us. You know, we have it on the website. We have a form to fill out. It's wonderful. It's a place that you want to be to experience it. Just experience it is something else. Let's talk about the ICANN Maths as well. ICANN Math is a game that we compiled together on one app. 50 games on one app. Math games. Multiplication, subtraction, division, addition for children between the ages of 5 to 13. It's an easy download. There is a cost to it. Yes, there is a cost to it. Right now, when we finish doing it, we put aside, in our inventory, we put aside 3 million copies. So we want 3 million copies sold. Those 3 million copies, we have plans for that, to expand our studio, to partner with groups like you to help us market that and donate some of that luxurious cash to them. You know, when you think about 3 million copies in US dollars, that can do a whole lot of organizations a whole lot of good. We don't want all the money for ourselves. We want to share that, and through partnership as we work together. But at the end of the day, these kids that are playing these games, you know, they take our phones as parents, and you know, they know it better than us, and they play these games. But in real life, when they reach in the classroom, these games are going to come back to their minds, and now they can make those same games that they're playing really applicable in the classroom. So now they know 2 by 2 equals 4, because I've played this again, but this is real stuff in school now. So I'm teaching you to better appreciate math, so that you can make those applications in a real classroom situation and be better at math. And this is what we formed ICANN Math for.
Excellent. And then let us bridge into the Black Entrepreneur magazine.
Woo! You're going world class now.
Yes, I am.
Now, you're going to really world class. You know, like I say, you know, you have conversations with people. Somebody may come to the radio station and talk about something, and then they introduce, you know, I want to introduce you to someone. So I was introduced to the person who owns Black Entrepreneur magazine. What a privilege. Black man, I can't tell you, he doesn't like people to know who he is, but he's a very powerful Black man, originally from the Caribbean as well. And the magazine is in 45 countries. When you think about somebody within the Caribbean that has a magazine that is so amazing, that can reach 45 different countries, you have readership in 45 countries. That's an amazing success story all by itself. And so I met him and we talked, and as an ambassador, somebody who makes those type of connections, he felt really impressed to get me involved. So what I do now, I seek people, high-profile people who are about something about their lives and making a contribution to the world. A lot of them pass through the system of our station as well. And then based on what I hear, what I listen to, what I think they're about, I said, let me take it to the next level. And so we feature you absolutely free, except that you are advertising your business where we ask you to do a sponsorship. You know, there's a sponsor page where you could actually sponsor your page. and you can highlight your business, but your success story is absolutely free. All right. So we ask you to do certain things. There's a criteria that we look at because it's very professionally done, and it's not a magazine that you actually go and purchase on the street anymore. Since after COVID, we've gravitated to making it online. So it's a flip book. You can read it online. It's a wonderfully professional. You've seen it, beautifully well done magazine online where the pages flip like a real book, and you can be highlighted and be featured in over 45 countries. Absolutely free. Absolutely free. I want to say that. So yes, as I'm here, I want people to know that we are looking for people like you, Dr. Enolia, to highlight, our amazing Black magazine. Can you imagine that? Black people have their own magazines. We are not highlighting in a lot of places, but here's a magazine that we all can be highlighted and be featured about what we have done, what we have accomplished in our lives, and people can get to know us on a world scale. So that's what Black Magazine is about.
So at this point, I know that we're coming up when we have a few minutes left. What would you tell those people who are visionaries like yourself? What word of wisdom would you give them?
Wow. One of the things I want people to know, and just before I say that, ask me about the last thing I wanted to highlight, which is discovering the battery, helping the abuse, is all part of our safety program, where we created an audiobook on women to understand the dynamics in abusive relationships. It is accredited by our university. It is well documented and researched. And that's something we want to partner with organization as well. We already have about 3 million copies that we want to market so that people can listen to. It's an audiobook, it's a listen, it's written without agenda bias. Now, your question is so important because as somebody who is a pioneer and very creative, that these ideas come like, I could be sleeping in the middle, I get up in the middle of the night and start writing. Now, I write different to how most people write. Most people write by having a notepad and they write it. I write everything down in digital format because I write it in digital format. So I have moved from writing in a book, the diary time, I write it in a format. And so I jot it somewhere in my digital space and I put all the information down. I do all my research and I put it there. I said, okay, that's something that's wonderful. I think maybe I need to collaborate with somebody on it, and maybe it's for the future. And when the time is right, I do it. I stop at nothing, and I don't take any thought that comes to me lightly because I'm not that wise that it came to me. It may come to me because I'm open to it, and my spirit is open to it, and the forces, the universe that be maybe speaking to me about doing certain things. It may not be for now, it may be even for somebody else to do, but I take a note of it. So I want to tell people, don't take your thoughts lightly. They're not yours. They come to you for a reason and for a purpose. So even if it's not something that you have the finance or the wherewithal to do it right now, jot it down simply somewhere. That is important, because if you don't and you forget, it may be an opportunity for yourself or somebody else that you've thrown away. Understand this, that you're here for a purpose. And it's not just a selfish purpose. It may be to make a difference in somebody's life. It may be an idea, like, let's just say the Heart Talk Between Sisters. The Heart Talk Between Sisters did not come from me. I'm not a female. It came to me or through me for women to take control. And so we have a bunch of women that right now, I think we're meeting sometime tomorrow, where they are going through this thing with a fine-tuned take home to develop it into a different level. I'm just the person that brought the idea to you, and now they're going to take it to a level and craft it as they seem fit for women to benefit. We guys are just going to benefit by sitting and listening and supporting you. And that's what I want to leave with people. Pursue, pursue, pursue. It took me the better part of 25 years to get where I am. And it's not because I had the money to do it. Many days I've accomplished a lot of things without any money, but I had the drive, the determination. I collaborated with people. I listened, I learned, and sometimes I cried. Long days you want it because it's not moving fast enough for what I have in my mind. And so you have to stick to it. You have to commit to it. You have to really, by the time you get to where you want to be, a lot of things happen. A lot of things happen. It's redefined. Some of the people that started with you, they're no longer there. And so a lot of things happen. But what happens is that you have to realize that you're climbing up a mountaintop, and climbing a mountain is never easy. Sometimes you have to rest. Sometimes you have to ask for help. Sometimes somebody has to stretch out and give you a hand and say, let me pull you up a little bit. Be open to all of that. Stay humble, stay prayerful, stay committed, collaborate, be determined. All these words I'm using, powerful words. But at the end of the day, sometimes in building what you're building, the legacy you will never see. You would never attain. Sometimes in building this, what you build is something for somebody else to carry on. And so in building, begin to mentor somebody who will eventually take over, because you are only here for a time. So begin to mentor people, young people, somebody who is going to see your vision and take the vision to a different level, so that in your absence, if that comes through sickness or whatever other means, what you've built does not vanish, but continues to build and get stronger and stronger, and others may benefit in the future, even while you're not here. And that's what I call legacy. You're building something now that leaves a legacy for our children and our children's children, and for our society to continue to learn and grow and benefit from.
And what I love about what you said is, number one, recognizing that you are a visionary, okay? That's first and foremost, because we're all not visionaries. Some of us, like for me, I love taking people's visions and executing that vision. So there are times that I have that creativity, but the other time is that I like to bring things to fruition. I like to, people have told me, oh, I wish I could do that. And I'm like, well, why can't you? Well, why wouldn't you do this? Why wouldn't you take the opportunity to bring that dream all the way to the next level, the next octave, and really, really, truly embrace it and bring it to fruition where the impact is significant the way that it can be. The other piece that you actually shared about is leadership, and that there are different types of leadership. And there's a lot, I won't say everyone, I don't want to generalize like that, but we tend to think about leadership territorially. And what you're expressing here is not the fact that it's territorial, but the fact that a vision can come through you, you hold that vision, and then you pass it off and you let it go. And that's okay. That's okay, because we have this thing about, well, it was my idea. How dare you take it? How dare you tap into it? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And we're territorial about it. And we think that we have to be the ones that bring it to fruition. But sometimes in order to truly, truly be the visionary that you are, that you have to let it go and let it take its own form, its own energy, its own shape, and then allow it to be embraced by those who can take it to the next level. And I love the message that you're actually sharing. Am I on point with this?
Absolutely on point. It was never yours in the first place. It was gifted to you. You're just a vessel by which it came. And so once you realize you're just a vessel for all this creativity or information to be coming true, you're not a storehouse. Your duty sometimes is to let it go, to pass it on. I've gotten to a stage now where I'm clearing my mind. It's about mentorship now. It's about mentorship and passing that information on so someone can take the mantle, or a number of people can take the mantle, because it's so broad. My vision is so broad that And I found this in the Black community, that we are afraid to share. We are afraid to collaborate. We are afraid to partner with each other. And we need not be afraid, because I'm going to say it like this. I rather be in 100 times in 100 places all of the same time than be in one place at the same time. So it means that if my collaboration effort is with 100 people, my presence, my energy, what I contribute has more effect on a global scale than to try to keep all of that and try to do it in one place. And so I rob people, not only of I rob people and I rob myself of getting so much more if I would just unleash what the universe has given to me and give it out and watch the effect. The greatest thing we can do in our lives is to give. Because what comes back to you is 100-fold, 1,000-fold. When you try to keep all to yourself, you stifle the world and you stifle yourself from growth. And I want people to understand within leadership, let it go. Don't be afraid to share and collaborate and partner, because God, the universe, whoever, whatever you call him, you are a vessel. Your expansion and the dynamic of that expansion comes from being free enough and open enough to share what you've gotten with the entire globe. And I want to leave it right there for people to understand that.
Yeah, and what I also want to emphasize, that what you bring to bear also here is that you truly bring entrepreneurship. So you mentioned Bijou, you mentioned Caribbean Connects, you mentioned I Can Talks, you mentioned the heart-to-heart talk with sisters. And the reason I'm bringing this up is to truly not be afraid of bringing multiple visions to fruition. See, we sit here and we go, okay, I have a business here. I got to make it look like X, Y, and Z. And I really shouldn't be opening up anything else anywhere else. And so what happens is that we come in with a small vision and we limit ourselves to playing small.
Yeah.
And the bottom line is that we didn't necessarily come to this earth to play small. We came to this earth to play grand. And in playing grand, sometimes that means that we have multiple businesses going different directions, being able to embrace and amplify the visions that we have moving forward in multiple ways. Can you talk to us a little bit about the fact that owning multiple companies can be a strategic advantage?
I tell you this, that is such a powerful point that you use. If you look at, I want people to understand models. When you look at the successful model of successful companies, when someone who is not as successful has 3 or 4 ideas, you would hear the persons close to them, oh, you need to focus on one thing and make it successful. Because they get confused as if you're not sure about what you want to do. When you look at successful companies, you would see a company that is into food production branches off in technology, and then they branch off into something else. They have several different companies that in some cases has no relations with each other. They see a niche, they see an opportunity. Even within production, you may see a company doing perfumes. They don't have one brand of perfume. They have several brands of perfumes. You have companies in the food industry. Look at how many different brands. If you study the major players in the United States, you would see how many different I wouldn't call the name. You would see so many different brands of different biscuits and things that we buy in the grocery. And you think it's from different companies. There's one brand company that's producing all these different brands and giving it to us, because we're saying this brand is better than that brand. Listen, it's about labeling, it's about branding, it's about marketing, and they strategize. But it all comes back to, in my case, Bijou, Caribbean Connect, all under one umbrella. But all these initiatives or departments, as you want to call it, those are areas where you get other people involved. What I started up as in 1969, my company have rebranded itself several times. And you cannot be afraid of rebranding it, because you got to rebrand in order to change with the times in which you live. The same way you function in 1969 or 1980, you have to change for 2024 or 2025. And so follow the success model while keeping your base on what you want to achieve, but follow a model that is successful. And if you look at all the companies, remember there's a place that all of us are on some of the social media, and they change from a particular name, and I don't want to highlight them on our program, but they change from a particular name as we know them, and they call them a different name today, but it's the same company, because they rebranded to adapt for 2024, 2025. And so we need to do the same thing. If we need to rebrand or change or bring different brands or different companies, go right ahead, as long as it's strategically done and you have the collaboration and the finance and the marketing to do it. Make sure that, in my case, there's some of the things that I know is just not for me. It's not something that I would spend my time doing. I give it to somebody who I know is an expert in it. They report back to me, and we work on that level with it. Because not everything I said that comes to you is for you. The president of, let me just say it, I'm going to call it like this, I'm not calling it. The president of the United States, the prime minister of a country, anywhere, they are not experts in everything they do. But who makes them look good? The foot soldiers. And so that's the key thing. Use the foot soldiers, use experts in your different field of and collaborate, and talk about it, and talk about the finances, because nobody has time to waste. How are they going to benefit from this, from a financial standpoint and everything? At the end of the day, you're going to be successful. 1% of $1 billion is still going to make you rich than 1% of nothing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So can you share with everyone how they can reach you? Can you share your website and your contact?
My website, there's several websites, but I'll give you the main one that we're on right now. We put everything recently on one website, which is bijouinternational.weebly.com. So let me say that again. We're going to buy the name soon. So this is something brand new. So that's the Bijou Caribbean Connect, right? Where everything that I talk about is housed on one website now. bijouintl.weebly.com. I couldn't say it any plainer than that. And if you want to get more information about it, you can contact me on several levels. The easiest way to contact me is on WhatsApp, because everybody's on WhatsApp. So you can contact me on 1-868-397-5961. I'll repeat that, 1-868-397-5961. Or you could call me on a US number, 1-678-856-3709. My email, everything on the website, you can get to my email. Everything is there for you to contact me directly. And we'd love to hear from you. We'd like to collaborate with you, male, female organizations. We're excited about what we're doing here, and the sky's the limit.
I just want to take this opportunity to thank you, Dr. Clarence Green, for sharing so much wonderful information, sharing your expertise, and thank you for your contributions. They are so greatly appreciated. And you just bring a great gift to the world. So thank you.
Thank you for having me. And listeners, thank you for being patient with me. If you don't understand everything that I've said because I was speaking so fast within the hour, contact me direct and we'll go it all over again. Thank you very much for having me. It's been my pleasure.
Thank you. So,
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you, the marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has a power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
Every speaker has a moment where their words can spark inspiration, drive change, and transform lives. But what happens after the applause fades? With 5-star BDM, your voice doesn't have to fade. We transform your live session into a professional ebook. Imagine your session becoming a permanent, interactive asset, reaching new audiences across the globe. Like Grant McGough and Dr. Eric Kelly III, whose session on the Mindset Revolution continues to inspire thousands through their custom ebook. Your ideas can become a lasting impact. Turn your session into an ebook that not only tells your story, but expands your reach, builds your brand, and engages your audience. With embedded videos, custom graphics, and a stunning flipbook or PDF format, your message will inspire long after the event is over. And for a limited time only during the Black Business Olympics, get your custom ebook today. This is your chance to transform your message into something truly unforgettable at an unbeatable price. Your package includes a professionally designed ebook, a flipbook or PDF, embedded video of your session, and custom graphics. Everything you need to showcase your message in a way that lasts. With 5-star BDM, your session becomes more than a moment. It becomes an opportunity for growth, greater visibility, and lasting impact. See your influence multiply as your message reaches new clients, partnerships, and platforms. Ready to turn your ideas into a global movement? Visit 5starbdm.com to secure your custom ebook today. Your audience is ready to listen.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919 308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Dr. Enolia Harris Pedro, coming to you from Angola, Africa. I am your business moderator for this session on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next speaker is Sheila Balgobin for a fireside chat with myself. Sheila Balgobin, also known as the Dream Decipherer, helps clients to crack the code of their sleep and dreams so that they can create their best lives. For over 25 years, Sheila has helped clients around the world to decipher the code of their sleepless minds and wild dreams in order to make the best decisions for their lives and their businesses. Sheila is a fifth-generation dreamer, gifted with the ability to interpret dreams. She is also a natural intuitive and combines these gifts with holistic therapies and psychotherapy to provide the best support for her clients. We welcome Sheila Balgobin.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. It's nice to be with you again.
Lovely to have you here. And here we are from Africa to Florida, having that conversation just like it's right next door.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always a pleasure to speak with you and share ideas. And I'm thrilled to be here on this expo for the Black Business Network. It's really an opportunity not only to showcase my own work, but to learn about what other people are doing and how I could perhaps fit in with what they're doing.
Yes, yes, yes. Well, you bring a invaluable gift to the table. And before we just dive into like what a dream decipherer does and is and so on and so forth, tell us a little bit about your background and how this gift has been within your family.
Well, as you said in your introduction, I'm a fifth-generation dreamer. Was my expression or my terminology for the women in my family who have been gifted with the ability to use dreams in some way to help other people. My particular take on it is to be able to understand the meaning behind dreams. So, a modern day Joseph, you might say, with my own Technicolor dream code, I might add. But it's a gift that I first became aware of when I was 8 years old. One of my aunts and my 6 cousins' home burned down due to an electrical fire, and I dreamed the whole thing. Or looking back, I think it was actually remote viewing. I actually saw it in real time, but to me at 8 years old, it was a dream. And that's when the penny dropped that I had this gift as well, because another aunt came to the house the next day and said, "Oh, gather all your, any clothes and things you don't need, because Aunt Daphne and the kids got burned out last night." And everybody got out except the dog. And I dreamed that too. So that scared me. It scared me to death, to be honest. And for many years, I actually ran away from this gift, didn't really talk about it, didn't want to know. It was quite frightening for me as an 8-year-old to think that, dreams meant something, or dreams showed me things. And it wasn't until I went on a women's retreat in Marrakesh in 2017 that I finally realized that not only people appreciated the gift that I had, but they would actually be willing to pay for it to get that assistance and advice when needed. And that's when I finally accepted the challenge of my gift and became a dream decipherer.
Okay.
So it wasn't a straightforward journey at all.
And I really want to highlight and amplify this particular point that you're making, because many of us come with gifts. Okay. We have gifts in all kinds of things. Some people just doodle, but doodling is a gift. Okay. Sure. And, so we come with these skills, these gifts, and then somewhere in life, somebody will tell us, will you stop doing that ridiculousness and focus on X? Or will you stop doing that silliness and focus on Y? And I really want to amplify the fact that what it took for you to recognize that your gift was what you were supposed to be doing in life, and was something that could bring you financial security while you're doing it. And that realization and how important that was. Will you talk to us a little bit about that?
It was a struggle, and it was a struggle with myself. It wasn't so much something coming in from the outside, though, you have a lot of naysayers like, oh, well, that's really woo-woo stuff, and, nobody's interested in that, and et cetera, et cetera. But the more I tried to run from it, the more it pursued me. And so I finally had to stand my ground and look at it in the face and say, you know what? When I try to get away from this, I screw myself over big time. So it was just like, enough of this, enough. It is who I am, who I am. This is who I am. Get over it. I mean, I really had to get to that point where it's just like, get over yourself. And what really helped me was, in a sense, my father.
Okay.
Father, when I was born, named me his little maverick. So I was always the one that was always doing her own thing and going her own way, and being actually bougie about it. Like, telling people where to get off. It's like, listen, this is who I am. If you don't like it, I don't care. That's not my problem. That's your problem.
Right.
And it was that spirit that, I am who I am. This is the way I am. I walk in this path, and I'm not going to be deterred from it. That finally kind of gave me that self-assurance, I guess, is the words I'm looking for, the expression I'm looking for, to just be who I am. And if other people have a problem with that, that's not my issue. That's their issue.
Exactly. So in understanding and determining that this was your gift, you used a couple of terms that I want to make sure that people understand the difference between those terms. You used the term remote viewing. If you could tell us the difference between remote viewing versus the dream cycle that we actually go through. And then share with us and help us to understand truly what it means to dream, because, some people will interpret dreaming as basically I go to sleep and something flashes through my mind and then that's it. Like, what does dreaming truly mean?
Okay. Well, first of all, for your first part of your question is remote viewing. Remote viewing is as you're seeing something, but in real time, but from a distance. So it's as if I had a bird's eye view on a situation, but I'm looking at it from a distance. I'm not physically there, but I can see it. So that's in essence what remote viewing is. Now, with regard to being able to, what happens when I'm a dream is, some people think it's, the result of cheap wine, cheese at night, whatever, so there's just these random firings of the brain. And what neuroscience is actually finding out is that, yes, dreams are part of the sleep cycle, but they have their own function, their own way of being, if you will, and are as important a part of the sleep cycle as sleep itself. So which is why I became a sleep and dream coach, because if people aren't sleeping well, they're not able to dream well either. So what happens is the dreams serve various purposes. I have to say that. And I've so far identified 5 basic purposes that dreams, functions that dreams serve. One of which is, yes, to get rid of the debris of the day, that what I call the remains of the day, and it's smokestack, just getting rid of stresses, minor stresses that we weren't able to release during waking hours. So they're released at night. The other thing is the dreams can also be a means of problem solving. The greatest computer in the world is up here. I mean, and if you have any doubt of that, let somebody throw a ball at your face, and before you even think, you've gone up to grab it. So our minds work at lightning speed, and there are times where it pulls down information from the ether, the universe, and presents it to us and says, hey, have a look at this. This may be important for you. And so all of these various functions that dreams have are to give us information, that the information that comes from us, the deepest and wisest part of ourselves, and is for us. Now, if you're an entrepreneur, since we're talking about business, how many great business ideas are you sitting on because it's like, oh, it came in a dream. That can't be right. That's crazy. That was just nonsense.
Exactly.
Let me tell you how many things have been created or invented because of dreams. Just a few. Google, number 1, based on a dream. The double helix of DNA, a dream. Einstein's E equals MC squared.
It was a dream. Absolutely.
So, I mean, things, all kinds of things, novels, hit songs, you name it, have come because of dreams. So as an entrepreneur, I ask you, what are you missing out on by not listening to your dreams, by thinking that it's, cheap wine, cheap cheese, whatever the case may be, that has provoked these dreams?
Right. So continue with your list, because you named 2 out of the 5 things that you were that dreams actually bring to fruition.
Right. Okay, so I mentioned the smokestack. I mentioned the problem solving. I also, there's what I call a snapshot. And the snapshot is just like a little vignette from your life. And it's saying, this is what your soul is happening with your soul at this moment. So it frames a situation and it says, have a look at that. So it may be with regard to a problem, it may be with regard to a relationship, it may be in regard to a business issue, who knows? But it's just a little snapshot saying, hey, have a look at this.
Okay.
The other thing is what I call communal dreams. Now, communal dreams are where, we don't just dream in isolation. We don't just dream for ourselves. We dream for others as well. And when I was working as a psychotherapist, and I would tell my clients, and when I first met them, I work with dreams. So if there's a dream you'd like to look at, let's do, we can do that. And it was invariable. Oh, I had a dream last night, or I had a dream a couple of days ago, and blah, 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 blah. And the dream would always frame the situation that the client was dealing with. So it gave me a springboard to be able to work with that client, and they would dream for me. And what I mean by that, we get to a certain stage in our work together, and the client would bring a dream. And basically the dream was saying, yeah, you're on the right track. Oh, nah, man, you're off with the fairies. Try another track. This is not happening. This is a no-go. So, I mean, they were dreaming in a sense, not only for themselves, but for me, to tell me where it is I needed, what trail I needed to keep following or not. So those are again those another aspect of that where we communal dreaming. I'll give you a good example. A client of mine dreamt that he was giving esoteric or spiritual teachings to one of his sons and the son's friend. The next day, the son comes to my client and his wife and it says, you know, I had this funny dream and my friend and I, we were learning this stuff and he started to repeat what the father had been teaching, not perfectly, but close enough that the dad knew. It was like, oh, he did get it. And that's what I mean. We can share dreams. I had another client, she asked the question in her dream, and the next day her husband answered the dream. I mean, answered the question that was in the dream. So, I mean, it usually works. Those kinds of dreams usually work with people who are closely connected, father and son, spouses, but not necessarily. Communal dreamings. I mean, you look at traditional cultures like the Navajo and Hopi people in the Southwest United States. They would sit down with their elders and dream the world that their great grandchildren would inherit. So, I mean, it was a communal effort in many traditional cultures in Africa, where you are, in Asia, in South America, all kinds of places in the South Pacific, where the community sits down and dreams together.
Yes.
And then we have my final category, which I call big medicine dreams. Okay. Now, big medicine dreams are those kinds of dreams where they may impact solely impact individuals or impact the entire world. To give you an example of what I mean by that, there were clients before the pandemic hit. I had clients all over the planet dreaming about bugs, dreaming about insect infestation, bugs, dreaming about Asia, China, all of that, you know, in different parts of the world, but they were capturing that energy that was surrounding us all. And psychologically, we are all connected. We all have the same psychological substrata. So people can dream in languages they don't know, dream of places they've never been, all because that energy encompasses us all, and we can all tap into it at different times in different ways. So big medicine dreams are particular in that they are life-changing dreams. Usually when people have these dreams, they can live to be 200 years old and they will still remember that dream clearly. That's how powerful they are. They're literally life-changing dreams, and people will never, ever forget them. And at least once in our lifetime, people have those kinds of dreams. I'm absolutely convinced. It's whether we answer the call or not.
That's true. It's true. And I'm sitting here thinking about some of the dreams that I actually had. I always had this dream about being able to speak in front of thousands of people, giving them a message, giving them a message of their contribution and their worthiness to humanity, and what they say and do counts, you know, and I'm just waiting for it to come to fruition now, because I just know that it's going to come to fruition. But I would love for you to talk to us a little bit about how we can understand when the dream has to do with our entrepreneurship, with our business, with how we're navigating through our business or through life.
Well, I mean, it comes down to cracking your own dream code. And dreams have, you know, a lot of people think that dreams are nonsense because they don't present information in a way that we consider logical and normal. Dreams have their own logic. They have their own way of expressing themselves. And you have to remember physiologically why that is. Part of the reason is that our left brain, the logical bean counting part of our brains, developed later. That's the neocortex, the new brain.
Okay.
However, where dreams comes from the limbic or reptilian brain, the brain that's instinctive, that sees pictures. It doesn't see words, it sees pictures. It was when we were pre-verbal. So, you know, so that we would remember that, oh, saber-toothed cat, run. oh, berries that look nice but are poisonous, avoid. So we think in pictures in that sense. So that it comes immediately and we know what it is and we recognize it. So what happens is when the image rich right brain encounters the bean counting left brain, the left brain goes, the left brain goes, what is that? And dismisses it as being nonsense.
Okay.
So what happens is learning how to, and that's what I teach people, learning how to understand the language of dreams. They have their own, like I said, their own way of expressing things. It's image rich. Very rarely you have words. I mean, words may be bolted on top, but the images are what are important. And being able to understand the fact that dreams work in metaphors, as if. Okay. So you may dream that your partner's died, but that doesn't mean that you've had a premonition that your partner's going to die, or maybe you're going to kill him off. I don't know. But, but you feel like wringing their neck. But it's as if what aspect of that relationship perhaps is dying or has died and needs to be looked at. So you have to remember that there's an aspect of as if, presenting things as if, and because it especially when it's some traumatic event that people dream about, like somebody dying or something like that, or getting into an accident, they fly into a panic. Oh my God. And, is my husband going to die? Is this going to happen?
Yeah.
And it's like, back it up. There are times when we have premonitory. Oh my gosh, I can't talk this morning. That have dreams that are premonitions. That happened. That can happen. But generally, the dreams are speaking in metaphors.
Okay.
And you have to break the dream down and look at the different aspects of it to put together the story. So it's like maybe a little scenes and vignettes, but you have to draw them together and create the story and get the message from the dream. And that's what I teach people, how to work with their dreams, to break them down into the various components, and then bring it all together to create the story, to understand the story behind it.
Okay. Are there commonalities that, as a business owner, as a social entrepreneur, as an entrepreneur, are there commonalities in the types of dreams that we have, or the things that typically will unveil itself when it pertains to our businesses?
There could be. I mean, there are certain things. I mean, problem solving, certainly.
Yes.
I mean, you have a difficult client or a difficult process that needs to be worked through or worked out in some way. There may be, like I said, ideas. I mean, Google was an idea in a dream.
Yes.
So, it's about, again, taking the information and sorting it. And putting it into a coherent order that makes sense to us. I mean, looking at the dream, that it makes sense, but also to pull out what I call the gold in the gobbledygook.
Right.
With the apparent, nonsense, there's actually gold nuggets in there if you take the time to look. So I would say generally problem-solving dreams, or new ideas, a new process, a new division. I mean, that was something that that Dr. Clarence was talking about. I mean, ideas come through us. And if we, interestingly enough, I was reading this book called The Big Magic. And what happens is, if the idea we don't pick it up, it goes away to somebody else. And I know that's a fact, because years ago, my first husband and I created this dish in the middle of the night that is called Mexican lasagna that we created.
Okay.
Years later, I saw it in a recipe book, and it's like I never wrote it down. And it's like, but I laughed with my husband at the time. I said, you see, I mean, I didn't write it down, but somebody else did. And so the idea, was out there, and somebody else picked it up and brought it to, into life.
Mm. So I am an entrepreneur, and one of my taglines is dream a beautiful dream or you will be dreamt, which is that if you don't hold a vision for yourself so that life can become a walk to that vision, then you will end up being dreamt, which means that you will end up fulfilling your life based on what other people perceive you to be and what other people think you should be. And therefore, you're really never truly fulfilling your own vision.
Right.
So how would people engage you to work through their visions and to basically say, I'm trying to come up with an idea, I'm trying to do this, I'm having sleepless nights. I can't really rest and whatnot, because I want people to understand how to engage you and why it's so important.
Well, I made the remark earlier that if people aren't sleeping well, they aren't dreaming well either.
Exactly.
So the first thing that I do is get them sleeping better. And I mean, something as simple as moving all of the Wi-Fi out of the room.
Oh, yes.
And I've had clients who said, I've had sleepless nights for years and I can't get to sleep, blah, 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 or have disturbed sleep. I tell them simply move all of that Wi-Fi stuff, baby monitors and smart TVs and smartphones and whatever else.
The electromagnetic field.
Out of the room. Put
That's
it as
right.
far away as you can during the night, because the blue light, even if it's not shining in your face, the blue light disturbs the production of melatonin and serotonin, the important sleep hormones. Okay. So you're creating a rod for your own back, basically. And it's like that's such a simple thing. And I've had so many people tell me that, oh, what a difference it's made. And it's not healthy for your baby to have that baby monitor in there either. I mean, their brains are still forming, and you're bombarding them with all of these electromagnetic, rays. It's not healthy.
Right.
It's not healthy for adults, and it's even worse for children.
Right.
So, that's the first thing. So I start by looking at their sleep patterns. Okay. What's going on? What are they doing? What is their sleep hygiene, their sleep routine? And start to address those issues. And that usually starts to quiet down the inability to sleep or poor sleep or just, whatever the case may be. And then move on to the next part. What dreams are you having? Start writing them down, start noting them, because what I have found, and I've had books of dreams that stretch back decades, but I can see the progression. I can see the shifts and changes that have occurred in my life over the years, because I've been noting those things over the years. But I mean, dreams, I've jotted down business ideas. The course that I teach to teach people how to work with dreams was sitting on my shelf for 3 years until I went to that women's retreat in Morocco. So, it's like the ideas were there. I created courses during COVID, during lockdown. Again, noting those things that came to me, ideas that came to me sometimes when I was awake, but quite often while I was asleep, and noting them down. And this is what I'm talking about, is being aware. What's an interesting thing that happens when we start to pay attention to our dreams, our unconscious mind starts to give us assistance in helping to remember those dreams and also to work through them. Okay. So I guess it's like that expression. It's like, you take 2 steps toward God, God takes, 3 steps toward you, kind of thing. If you make the effort, you will be rewarded by gaining the information, but you have to be willing to do that. And a lot of people, unfortunately, may have issues with looking inside themselves. We give our power away to our teachers, our preachers, our doctors, our lawyers, blah, 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 ad nauseum. Yes. But who is walking around in this body? Who is feeling what this body is experiencing? Are they?
No.
I mean, if that's a neat trick, if they can feel what's going on inside my body.
Exactly. Yeah.
So, it behooves us to have the courage even to look within, to say that we are the experts on who we are and what we're about and what we need, rather than giving our power away to every and anybody and letting them dictate to us, like you said, being dreamt as to who and what we're about and what we need
Right.
to grow and develop.
Right. And basically, the number one thing that you're saying is look within yourself instead of looking external to yourself. And I just want to make sure that I paraphrase that, because a lot of times we have the answer that we need, but we're looking for some outside source to validate it, and outside source to give it the stature that it needs. And sometimes the bottom line is that it doesn't need any of those things. It's the fact that we are supposed to carry it forward, and we are supposed to recognize that what we actually have as a vision is the gift. Okay. And so the importance of being able to decipher our own dreams really could lead to the difference of basically our success or not, because, and I wanted to hit you with this one, the reoccurring dream. The reoccurring dream that keeps happening over and over and over and over again. And the fact that a lot of times we as individuals ignore those things, and we ignore and ignore. And the more that we ignore, the more that it happens and reoccurs. So talk to us a little bit about that reoccurrence and why that's taking place.
Recurring dreams are a very interesting thing. And it's the unconscious mind saying to us, you didn't get it? All right, I'm going to send it again. You still didn't get it? All right, I'm going to send it again. And I will keep sending it until you get it. It's the only game in town, baby. You're going to get this. And if I have to knock you flat to do it, you will learn. You will get it. And that's exactly the experience that I had with a recurring dream some years ago. I kept dreaming about shipwrecks, stormy seas, ships going down at seas. And I was just like, I was flabbergasted. It's like, I'm not going on a cruise. I don't know anybody going on a cruise. What is this about? And what frightened me about that recurring dream, it was night after night after night. I'd wake up in a cold sweat. Okay. I'd wake up shaking every single night. And it was like, my God, what is this about? And what frightened me even more was I didn't know what the dream was about. I couldn't figure it out. And that frightened me even more because I'd never not been able to understand a dream. Looking back, I understand why that was, in hindsight, but I just noted the dream down and put it aside. It kept coming. It kept coming. It kept frightening the life out of me. And then what was going on in my waking life was that I was working on getting my husband from London to the US and doing the visa stuff and whatnot. And every time I tried, door was slammed shut. I would try it open, slam shut again. And it was just like, what's going on here? So it was about putting the pieces together. And when I finally decided, it's like, you know what, this is too much trouble. I'll just, get my visa and go back to London. The visa to go back to the UK came in 2 days. Wow. 2 days. Yeah. I've been fighting for weeks to get my husband to New York. And I got my visa to go back to the UK in 2 days. And the dream stopped once I had made that decision. The dreams just as abruptly as they started, they stopped. Wow. And I never had it again. I get to London and I'm working for a doctor's surgery near my home. I'm coming back from lunch to the surgery and people are running around screaming, crying. I'm like, what the hell? What is going on? It's like chaos here. Yeah. And all I could get out of people was plane, tower, hit. That's all I could hit. And I knew in that second what my dreams had been about. It was about 9/11.
9/11, yeah.
And I walked through the towers every damn day as a stockbroker every day, to and from work, going to do my various duties as a stockbroker, buying lunch in the plaza underneath the towers every single day.
Wow. Wow, we're coming up. Yeah, we're coming up on the hour. I want you to let people know how they can reach you and how they can engage you for your business.
Well, if they're, I offer I can't talk now. I offer people a free initial consultation if they have a dream that they'd like to look at specifically, or they need some help with improving their sleep. That's one way. You can find me all over the internet, all over social media as the Dream Decipherer. My website is crackyourdreamcode.com, all one word, because it's learning about how to crack every individual dream code. Everyone's dream code is different. And as I said, you can find me on social media. You can find me through my website. I offer, again, a course to be able to teach people how to work with their dreams and pull out, as I call, the gold and the gobbledygook of their dreams, and be able to use that information to make better decisions, whether about their personal life or their professional lives.
Thank you so, so much, Sheila. What a wonderful, wonderful gift. Thank you for sharing it. I encourage entrepreneurs and business people out there, if your dream is trying to tell you something, stop ignoring it. And there is someone here, Sheila Balgobin, who can help you decipher it and help you clarify and how to navigate forward in your business or in life. Thank you again, Sheila.
Thank you so much for having me. It's been a pleasure as always.
Thank you. So, the Black Business Network, the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school students going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App that's on the screen below. That's $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for January 2025 and for the previous year, which is December 2024. We want to thank NC100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwomen Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Black Banks Law Firm, Black Business Expo USA. Thank you, and Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish,
Goldie,
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Humpton got the love and care they deserve. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know.
There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box.
I am engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people.
Some of you out there, people have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kinston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's going to be me. You got to say it. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be.
Barbara is because she believed what her mama said about her and not what other people told her.
Every day you wake up, when you're in a situation, it's your choice whether it's an advantage or the disadvantage.
She gained her confidence and her life, and now she is a testimony.
If I can help you elevate yourself, then I feel like I'm elevating my own self as well. What you know and I know together can change the world.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Wanda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious, how did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this? So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
Attention all entrepreneurs and companies. Are you looking for reliable and efficient virtual assistants and back office support to help you manage your business tasks? Look no further than Superwoman Business Services. Our team of virtual assistants provides a full range of administrative support services, including operations management, social media marketing, and much more. We also offer website design services to help you create a professional online presence that reflects your unique brand. In addition to administrative support and website design, we offer business development and structuring services to help you grow your business and achieve your goals. We'll work closely with you to identify areas of improvement and develop a customized plan to help you reach your full potential. At Superwoman Business Services, we understand that running a business can be overwhelming and time-consuming. That's why we're here to help you fly high and achieve success. Our virtual assistants are highly skilled, experienced, and dedicated to providing you with the support you need to thrive. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights. Let us help you become the superhero entrepreneur you are meant to be. Contact Superwoman Business Services today to learn more about our back office support services. Come fly with us and take your business to new heights.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, prove that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
My name is Katie Bennett, and I own Lexicon Presents Publishing. We are a publishing and media company that helps you take your story and share it with the world. You know, for a while, I just had my family telling me to just hang it up, get over it, you know, and I had no support. And it was in your program that I really understood the necessity for having that help, having that support. And so now I actually feel like a CEO as we scale, as our clientele changes, as my company is opening doors for other people to, you know, take care of their families. It's just completely changed from just a mom who was publishing books. I was at a point where my job, although it was paying really well, wasn't enough, and my business was always in the red. and I was tired of it. And so I came in just hoping to get some sort of help to just not end up in the red every month. Ooh, wow. Okay, so there was one in particular, I cannot remember his name, but he asked me, he said, why are you in business? And I told him that I wanted to make a difference and I want to help my community. And he let me ramble on for a while. And then when I was done, he was like, okay, all of those things are great. They make you a humanitarian, not a business owner. And he was the one who told me, he's like, you know, you have this great service and you're offering it at like a great value price. So to someone like myself, we don't know that we're going to get the value of what you're actually bringing. And so that gave me the confidence I needed to raise my price. It gave me the confidence to go after my actual client that I actually prefer to work with. And it really just changed everything for me. I don't think without him kind of giving me that push, I don't think I would have gotten to this point or position. Wow, the benefits is just having a coach that holds you accountable. They set goals with you. That's been my favorite part. She has amazing experience, you know, and so she brings her strategies and her ideas, and she helped me narrow down, what services I actually wanted to offer, how I could actually continue to offer it, how many clients at one time could I have. All of the information that she's given has just really transformed my entire company. And so I know I would have never gotten to where I am today and having some of these partnerships that I'm, having now without her help. Going to get information that you're not going to find on YouTube. You actually take the time to strategically give us the information, then give us time to actually apply it. I would also say that so that you're not just out on a ledge alone trying to figure this out. Like, you deserve to be in a community with other people who also want to grow their business. And then finally, the biggest thing I think I took away from CMET was that I had a whole office in Longwood. I still do, and at the time I had not paid my business tax receipt. I didn't know that was something you had to do. So that was like one of the first couple days of information. And I'm like, oh my gosh, let me go get that together right now. So I'm really glad that, CMET was there for myself. And anybody else who has the opportunity, they need to do it.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5 Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
Why do I do what I do? My life coach asked me that a few years ago. And she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
excited to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource. I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you. How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely, and this is how you look to the world. Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone. Doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Lena Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area. And Network in Action Northeast Houston with Tony Harris Taylor is one of the best organizations that I've joined.
I love that piece of what I do, and it is what fuels my fire.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Hello and welcome, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Milani Shani, and I am your business moderator for this session on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our first speaker today is Dr. Tova J. Davis. She is the Chief Executive Officer and founder of North Star Educational Consulting Group, a company dedicated to enhancing teacher effectiveness, leadership development, and student achievement. With over a decade of experience as a consultant, educator, and leadership coach, Dr. Davis specializes in delivering customized research-based training solutions for schools and districts. Her work includes side-by-side coaching, strategic planning, curriculum development, and professional workshops tailored to meet organizational goals. A published author, wife, and mother, Dr. Davis is passionate about empowering educators and leaders to unlock their full potential and drive lasting success in education. Black Business Network, let's welcome Dr. Tova J. Davis.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Yes, hello. How are you today?
I'm doing well, doing well. Excited to be here and be a part of this network and share and learn and continue to grow from all of the entrepreneurs that um, watch and participate. So very excited to be here. Thank you so much.
Yes, well, we're so excited that you are here. Thank you so much for coming to share your gifts, your love, your experience, your information with the Black Business Network. So we're going to go ahead and jump in. You
Okay,
ready?
let's do it.
Right. So let's talk about educational leadership and your consulting. So
Okay.
what inspired you to start North Star Educational Consulting Group?
So, with over 25 years in education, I've seen a lot. I've been able to participate in the role of education as a substitute teacher, as a school administrator, as a district office administrator, and now as a consultant. I started this journey as a high school teacher. So my mother was is an educator. She was an elementary school teacher and elementary school principal. And I promised myself I would not go into education. I really wanted to go into law and go to law school. And so I actually started the journey as an English major at the University of Georgia. And once I finished that degree, I decided I'm going to go get a master's degree. And I went into this master's program at Agnes Scott College, and absolutely, it was a master's of arts of teaching. And I absolutely fell in love with teaching. I started my student teaching and went into this process, and I would spend hours and hours and hours at school working with students and working with staff members and other colleagues. And I had some great mentors along the way. And so starting out as a teacher, quickly going into the role of administrator in my career, and playing that role and being a supportive, I'm a problem solver by nature. I'm a problem solver, and being able to help students solve problems and help my other colleagues solve problems. And so I just continue to grow and learn and, prepare myself for leadership roles. And after serving as a high school administrator for about 7 or 8 years, I was tapped to, can you help us come in HR? And so I started doing human resources as a staffing administrator in the school district. And with that process, I became the HR director for DeKalb County School District, where I served there for 18 years before I started North Star and left to do this business full time. And so in my role as an HR professional, I noticed all of the gaps that teachers had, that leaders had, and I started to develop programming, training, and support. As an HR administrator and director, I started creating opportunities to help these school teachers, these school leaders from a different angle. And so I saw the vision. God gave me the vision to start North Star. And I chose the name North Star because the North Star is a guide. It's a compass. And we are a compass for our teachers, our students, and our leaders in helping them to find their way. And so that's my story. I'm sticking to it. And it has been an awesome journey being able to support schools, teachers, students, leaders, and families from all angles in education.
Wow. It sounds like you have a real passion for this work. Like I could feel that coming through. I'm so glad you decided not to go to law school. Because I
married an attorney instead.
Well, there you go. You got the best of both worlds, right?
Exactly.
Yes, because this is so important, and just listening to you talk about the work that you do and being that North Star for schools, for teachers, for students, it's so needed. right now. It's so needed. So thank you for, agreeing to fulfill this purpose. 'Cause I think, it's generational, your whole family, your
Absolutely.
mom is into, in education. And I think it's just an amazing thing that you're doing. So I want to talk a little bit about your side-by-side coaching method. And what you do with teachers. So you are the North Star, you are the guiding compass. So working side by side with teachers, what's your method look like? Because it's effective, I'm sure, because you've been doing this for so long. So what is that method and what makes it effective?
Absolutely. Great question. So one of the things that is key in all of the programming that we do with North Star is to create a relationship. It's difficult for me to go in to any place and tell anybody how they need to be doing anything differently if you haven't built a relationship or rapport. So the first thing that we like to do with our coaching experiences, whether it's side by side for teachers or side by side for leaders, is really just to get to know the individual and to understand their goals, their priorities, personal and professionally. Like how are you living? What are you trying to accomplish? What are your goals? Where do you see yourself? And then begin to work into how can I help you? I also wrote a book. I wrote a book year before last, I published a book, On Your Mark, Get Set, Goal. And in this book, I actually use it for the coaching process. And what we do is we allow people to self-reflect. We allow them to reflect on what you're currently doing. And let's look at what research says are best practices. And now let's take what you're currently doing and let's look at what research says in best practice. And now let's create a customized approach for you personally. So I don't go in and have a cookie cutter session for every person or every teacher, because every teacher is in a different space. Every person is in a different place as it relates to where they need to go, want to go in this process with their students and their profession. So having them to really reflect on where they are in their process in teaching in the classroom, their goals, their practices, their strategies, and then helping them to revise these based on their student demographic, because what's going to work in one setting is not going to work in another setting. I mean, what may work in your first period class might not work in your second period class, depending on your students. So getting teachers to really understand they have to make that connection with their students as well to be able to foster learning and progress with them. And so teaching them how to do that. And the biggest thing we do is we are right next to them while they do it. I don't tell you what to do and then send you off to do it. We are right there with you. If I need to come in the classroom, and that's the beauty of the experience. If I need to come right there in the classroom with you and watch you do it and help you do it, it's very hands-on approach to our coaching.
I love that. I think that's important for teachers and students to have the hand-on approach. And so since you're doing the hand-on approach, what trends are you seeing in education, and how do you think North Star helps to address these trends?
Absolutely. So it's funny because I am a very traditional person in the sense of how I was educated. I mean, I was raised in public school. I went to public school. Everything was so traditional about my experience. However, the trends, particularly with AI, I mean, that's a huge trend in the world, but particularly in education, the shift towards the non-traditional, right? So education has a whole new landscape now than it did when I was growing up. And it wasn't until I became a parent, a mom. So I have two student athletes. One is 17, one is 19. One is playing college tennis at the University of Louisville and on full scholarship. And the other one is working his way, through at Woodward Academy playing baseball. And I say that because as a traditional educator, born and raised and taught. I mean, even when I was a teacher, it was so traditional, my methods were. But as I began to parent and began to put my children in these extracurricular activities where they thrived, I really began to appreciate the value of non-traditional learning, mobile learning, virtual learning, blended learning. So in my role here as a consultant and educator, and my passion now is for being able to help schools and teachers really focus their attention to the variety that education can offer in these virtual learning and blended learning settings, and really moving away the shift from that non-traditional. I am a big proponent of that trend in education, and being able to use these methods to help support students better, help support teachers better, help people have a better work-life balance, and be great, just be great at what they do. So that trend, that one in particular with this new landscape in education is one that I'm really passionate about, and really feel like we can provide students and children and people with far more opportunity than we ever can by teaching them in such a systemic manner.
Yeah. It sounds like you're outside of the box. And I really love that because, when you look at the greats, they definitely thought outside of the box and worked outside of the box.
Absolutely.
I love that alternative methods are, so important. So let's switch gears a little bit and look at your personal and professional journey. So you're an entrepreneur and educator. So what has been the most rewarding part of your journey in this space? You really, like I said earlier, just sound very passionate about what you do. You have a lot of experience, but what has been like one of the most rewarding things of stepping out and really providing and filling those gaps that you identified early on?
Yes. So one of the most rewarding, I've had lots of rewarding experiences, but one of the most rewarding pieces of this work and being able to really be flexible in this space as an educator, as a mom, as a wife, and being able to help many people, that's been my reward, is being able to be as flexible and as available for my schools, for my family at large. That has been the most rewarding piece. I can help many people in many ways. Yeah. That is the most rewarding piece of this work, and being an entrepreneur and stepping outside of the box to do the work. And I get a chance to be so creative. A lot of times, when you're working for someone or in a system, which is all good because you get lots of support and experience, but you also don't get to be as creative. Our creative minds need to flow. And so that has been the most rewarding piece, is just being able to create. I love to create and develop programs, processes, procedures, support. I love to be able to help and then put the hands on it, be there for people, go in and show them how to do it and understand how to help people to be well. And then in the process, it's so rewarding for me. I get to be well with them. So
yes. Well, you took me right into my next question, because I know in this work, I also am in the business of helping other people. And so I know in this work, I get a lot of rewards, and my life transforms as a result of that. So I wanted to ask you, have you had any of those like transformative moments in your life where it's like, wow, I wasn't expecting my life to be changed as well as others?
So it happens every day. One of the things that I really just have grown really passionate about as I transition through this work is the student athlete. So I am very passionate. I am an advocate. My family, we are an advocate for student athletes. And what has been really transformative is being able to watch how sports can change a child's trajectory in the sense of their self-esteem, in the sense of their ability to run a business, grow a business, develop teamwork, develop mental toughness. And so through this process, being a consultant and being able to be available for my family and for schools and learning how to support students and teachers and understanding what drives the world. When you look at what's entertaining for our world today, I mean, it's entertainment, it's sports, but helping these students and these, coaches and teachers be effective and be well as they grow into these, great roles and great people that they are. So that student athlete piece is a big part that I'm looking forward to continuing to transition and grow and help as we continue to learn how to be supportive in this educational space.
Okay. All right. So I was thinking about all of the things that we've talked about that set you apart. One of the things you said was working with alternative methods, being outside the box, being side by side with your teachers and your leaders and your students, and also being creative. Is there anything else that sets North Star apart from other consulting agencies?
I think that yes, absolutely. Of course. I mean, why would I say no otherwise, right? So I think a big part of what we do and how we do our training model, every program, every opportunity to help support, while all consultants will use data to help analyze, but I think the really big piece is that relationship building piece. And that piece that we go back and we monitor for success. So we provide, these pre and post training assessments to help guide the process. What were you doing before and what were you doing after you received this training from North Star? Feedback from participants. I always tell my participants when we're training them, I have really thick skin. So if this doesn't work for you, let us know while we're in it so we can make adjustments, because the goal is for you to be, you to leave here better, than you were when you came. Just observing. I don't know any other consulting group that goes back in and observe the implementation process. North Star will do that. We will go back in and observe. And the good thing about it is I'm qualified to do it. I was a school principal. I'm not a assistant principal. I'm not some consultant who hasn't been in the classroom and who hasn't learned how to, observe teachers and provide evaluation. So we have that level of expertise where we can actually go right in and observe to see, and then track, for those key performance indicators and see if people are performing at the level that they need to be performing. And then not just telling somebody what they did wrong, but giving them an alternative for how they may want to explore, the strategies that they're doing. And so just keeping our participants really engaged in the process, and following them from beginning to the end of their training process. I think that's what sets North Star apart.
Wow. Okay, so much that sets you apart, because I love the fact that you have so much experience and that early on you identify gaps, and you've been in the classroom, you've been a principal. So when you go in, it's almost like you have the inside track. Like you're in, talking to people about, what you know about, and still listening to their voices. I think that's so key, so amazing. So let's look at how your leadership role has influenced your view of organizational development. Tell me how you've been influenced in that way.
Yeah, so influence is very important. As I started this journey, I had a really strong leader. I had a really strong mentor when I started teaching. My school principal at the time was extremely effective. And, he gave me 3 key rules to leadership. When I start, literally the first day on the job, he gave me 3 rules and I'll never forget it. And I don't even know if he will remember this conversation. He said, let me explain 3 things to you. He said, number 1, don't put your hands on anybody's child. Number 2, don't put your hands on anything that doesn't belong to you. Don't touch anything that doesn't belong to you. And he said, number 3, make every decision according to a rule. And that's how I live my career in education and in everything. And I share that with teachers and leaders. Every group that I train, I share that advice with them, because in education, that is so important. And so I look at my approach to leadership and organizational structure, it's very important that leaders understand how to plan strategically, right? And so for me, going in and providing leadership and helping organizations to structure themselves so that they're effective. So with my leadership, as well as with my HR background and experiences, marrying those two to make sure that culture, process, relationship, and leadership all work together for the greater good of the organization. So making sure leaders understand how to go in and plan strategically, define your vision, identify your values of your organization, go in and set some goals for your organization, and make sure you have an action plan. Like let's sit down, and then how do we communicate this to your people in the organization? Being able to effectively communicate these things in the organization and get buy-in from your community, buy-in from your all your stakeholders. As I continue to work through this process, I don't do this alone. I don't do it by myself. And I understand that leaders need help. And I work really hard with other leaders to help them understand they're going to need help. You can't do this alone. I heard my minister say on Sunday at church, his message was teamwork. And one of the things he said was, there is no one who became a champion without a team.
Okay.
And so, I'll credit him with that. It didn't come from me, but I'm definitely going to use it, because that is, as you look at organizational leadership and how we move organizations forward, you can't become a champion without a team. And so understanding how to build that team and build that camaraderie and have organizations to have clear and equitable processes and goals, I think is key and essential to organizational leadership and success.
Absolutely. I love that. That's a great quote. So I was thinking about, you gave us the 3 key things that your mentor actually gave you. Do you have maybe 3 key things or something that you would share with aspiring leaders in education?
Who? This one I'd have to really think about, because there's so many things. But if I had to, just an on the spot response, 3 key things that I would share with aspiring leaders is to, 1, lead from behind, lead by serving. And when I say lead from behind, I mean, understand what the people need, understand what the people want, and then be creative to develop that with your people. So that would be 1, is kind of lead from behind. The next one I would say is always take care of yourself. And a lot of times when I'm training and coaching personally and professionally, I always use the example that the flight attendants give on the aircraft when you're taking off. And they say, if something should happen and unexpected turbulence happens and the cabin pressure changes, please put on your mask first.
Yes.
Right? Because you really can't help anyone else unless you take care of yourself.
That's
and
right.
so put on your mask first, be well would be that second key point, is to take care of yourself so that you can take care of others. And then the third one, I would say, have you a mentor? I would say have a mentor. Don't think you're the expert on everything.
Yes.
For an aspiring leader, I would say get you a mentor or a few different mentors, and have that person that you can go to for help and assistance and being able and guidance, in the space. Those experts who can help you. Don't try to know everything, because then, jack of all trades, expert at none, right? So exactly.
Yes. So we've talked about what you do. We've talked about you. Now we want to hear a little bit about how you do what you do. So the first thing is, how does your company, North Star, develop customized curriculum solutions for schools?
So any programming, anytime you want to customize. So think about, let's say we wanted to go get a dress made or a suit made, the first thing you have to do is get those measurements, after you kind of decide what type of material you want and so it's the same customization as we help schools to develop their curriculums out and work with them to provide this level of tailor-made curriculum for their students. So again, going in, being able to understand what the goals of the organization are, what the vision of that organization might be for their students and their curriculum, because every school has different focus. Some school might be a math science focus. Some schools may be a arts focus. So looking at that and helping them to set those key performance indicators for success, and then helping them perhaps research and find the appropriate curriculum for them. If they, some schools develop their own curriculum. Some schools pull from multiple curriculums, particularly with the non-traditional educational process happening. A lot of schools now develop their own curriculums and pull from others to create, this diversity in the learning process. And so helping them first understanding how they work through their process, and then guide them through the development of that curriculum making sure you understand what you're trying to accomplish at the beginning.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, we're out of time. I could talk to you all day long. Such an interesting conversation, new information for me. So thank you so much for sharing with us. Can you please share your information, your website, or how our audience can reach you?
Absolutely. So we are always here available. We're located here in the Metro Atlanta area. Yeah. You can definitely Google us, North Star Educational Consulting Group. There is a tab there where you can book with us, contact us there. We are also on Facebook, North Star Educational Consulting Group, on Twitter or X now, and Instagram, North Star Trains, at North Star Trains. So you can always locate us there on the socials. And I'm just elated to have been able to have this conversation with you today. Thank you for having me.
Oh, thank you so much for being here, Dr. Tova Davis. Thank you so much for the work you do. Genius is common, and we'll see you on the other side.
My pleasure.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you. Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. this is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
I was born and raised in southeastern West Virginia, the coal fields. My father was an AME minister. For me, I was very fortunate. Even though I grew up in the segregated South, I was surrounded by flourishing Black businesses, doctors, lawyers, bankers, dentists. They were all there and they were all successful. And I guess that's part of my dream, is to see that success come back. My name is Joseph Simmons, and I am the founder of the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial Training. We have this moment in time where we can change the trajectory of people. And our focus is on women, Black and brown entrepreneurs, and their access to capital, their ability to build thriving businesses, the ability to employ people. There's a study that showed that in those three communities, especially Black and brown communities, $1 stays in those communities for 30 minutes. In white community, $1 stays in their communities for 8 hours. So think about it. For you in a Black or brown community to get gas, to get food, to go to a restaurant, you've got to leave your community, take those dollars out of that community and take it to another community that's already being well served. So if we can reverse that, if we can go from 30 minutes to an hour to 2 hours, that's progress. That's what we need to do. I was with SCORE. And then in May of 2020, of course, the events happened in regards to the murder of George Floyd. The other thing that I was experiencing was the denials of federal funds for small businesses. And it revolved around one thing. These businesses were not being prepared for grants and for government programs. And I came up with the idea for the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial based off those two things. Morgan Stanley had a report out in 2020, first quarter, and it talked about there were three groups that were massively devastated by COVID-19 on their business. That was 1, women, 2, Black, and 3, brown entrepreneurs. The research showed that they had less cash on hand, they had less opportunity to go into a bank and get money, and they were very dependent on family and friends to keep their business up and running. If we can focus on those three groups, then we can have a dramatic impact on our communities. Really, the focus is on 3 areas. And those 3 areas are 1, the people, 2, the courses, and 3, a support network. Here at CMAT, we will provide you with the fundamentals for generational success. And you will be creating a vibrant community by attending our 5-day immersive training course.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you. Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Hello, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations, and welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Milani Shawnee, and I am your business moderator for this session on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our next speaker is Nikki Curry. Nikki is a renowned brand visibility and public relations strategist, talent booker, and speaker. Nikki is dedicated to amplifying the voices of solopreneurs, entrepreneurs, speakers, and leaders. Nikki is recognized for her strategic leadership abilities and insights. Her clients have been featured in Forbes, MSN, Bloomberg, Yahoo Finance, and other national news media outlets such as ABC, NBC, and CBS, as well as nationally syndicated radio shows and podcasts. As the principal owner of the Image Brand Company, LLC, Nikki Curry and Nikki Curry Media Division for over 20 years, she has mastered result-driven publicity. She uses proven high-level visibility and publicity strategies to help clients who feel obscure, inadequate, and unknown and unseen in their chosen industries. Black Business Network, let's welcome Nikki Curry.
Hello, hello, Melanie Shani.
How are you, love?
I am good. I am good. Thank you for having me on this amazing platform. I am so honored to be here again. So this feels like home to me.
Yes, yes, yes. Thank you so much for being here. Oh my goodness, I was reading your bio and I was like, I need her. So we'll talk later, girl. Okay.
We'll talk.
Yes, we have to talk. But it's so wonderful to have you here. Thank you for showing up to share your genius with our audience today. We appreciate you so much for coming. So let's jump right in because we want to hear what you have to say. Okay.
Absolutely.
All right, so let's talk about visibility. It feels like that's a huge part of what it is you do. So what inspired you to connect visibility and leadership?
You know, it's funny. Every time I talk about this visibility thing, people think it's about, oh, look at me, look at me, look at me. I believe without visibility, you can't have leadership. It's not just about guiding people. It's about showing up as your authentic self, right? It's about amplifying your message through your work, through your platform, through your beliefs, through your perspectives. That's what it's about. And it gives you influence. It inspires others to go beyond their reach, if that makes sense. So visibility and leadership is not always talked about or not put in the same bucket, but it is so important. I can't follow you or buy into your vision if I don't know you exist. I can't get with the program. I can't pick up what you're putting down if I don't see you as a leader, if I don't see the mission or the goal of your leadership. So it's so important. And there are different types of leadership, and we can talk about that, later on in the program, but there are different types of leaders, and you don't always have to be loud to lead, but you do have to be visible. You have to occupy your space, if that makes sense.
I love that. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. So talk to me a little bit about, because you talked a lot about leadership, and so talk to me about how has your visibility journey shaped your leadership style and how you support and show up for other leaders?
That's a heavy question for me because I became a leader without knowing I was a leader. I think this was a part of the assignment for me and for my life. And I believe that visibility doesn't always mean being the loudest person in the room, even though Nikki Curry is kind of known to be loud, I can be a little loud, but it's not about that. My journey as a leader and adding the visibility factor to it is something that stems from my childhood or stems from my upbringing. I used to sit in the back of the room. I never wanted to be seen, never wanted to be noticed. I wouldn't say cowered down, but almost cowered down. And then I stepped into management at the ripe old age of 16. I don't know how that happened, but someone saw something in me. I've been working in this entrepreneurship game since I was 12 years old. I used to go out and clean houses. I wanted to have my own money. I was raised a little bit in the entrepreneurship land. My father was an entrepreneur, that kind of thing, and as well as a minister. So, and I was kind of like tossed into that situation of learning how to lead people. And visibility plays a major part of my journey as a leader because I help people with clarity. I help them to understand that transparency builds trust. I show them that being vulnerable is not a bad word or not a bad concept. Being of service is not a dirty word. I show them how they can use their visibility factor and their wow factor and build upon this on their own terms. We're not all the same. We're not in a cookie cutter situation. Your platform may be different from mine. I teach strategy. I'm a strategist. As a matter of fact, this morning I was talking to someone, a leader. She's a leader in several industries, but right now she feels stuck. She feels like her voice is muted. She feels like her light is dimmed. Sometimes that happens to all of us. I don't care how long you've been in business. That's right. I don't care how long you've been in leadership. Sometimes we get stuck. We need a reboot. That's right. Reboot your computers.
Yes.
Reboot your life, your business life, and your personal life. Because sometimes it feels like, okay, I can't go on. I can't do this. How can I lead someone when I'm just exhausted? So that has become, and it took me a long time to understand what my calling was or what my calling is as far as my assignment. And my assignment is to help those that feel obscure, inadequate, voiceless.
Wow.
Help them to understand you are here for a reason. And I don't want to go down the rabbit hole with that, but it's a part of it. It's a part of our whole DNA, a part of our framework and our infrastructure as leaders.
Yes.
We got to show up. Leaders got to lead. Okay? Leaders got to lead. They got to lead. There's no doubt about it.
Girl, I'm picking up what you putting down, I tell you. So, I mean, this is amazing. Like, I'm sitting here like, it got chills from just you talking about rebooting your life. And I feel like that's, something that I'm dealing with right now is rebooting. So you're speaking directly to me. Thank you for that. And what I thought about when you were talking was that you went from invisible to visible to now helping others to be visible. And I think that's a powerful, journey to be in a space where you're invisible and you learn how to be visible, or your destiny brought you to visibility so that you could lead and help other people. And that is just amazing. Wow.
Yeah.
All right, let me get myself together, honey, because
okay, good stuff here. These are the kind of conversations I need to have. I need you in my life, right?
So
we got to talk about it. We got to have these hard discussions because this is real out here. It's really real.
It's real. And I think one of the things that gets lost, and I'm so grateful for you doing this work, because one of the things, that gets lost is leaders having those breakdowns, leaders being able to break down so they can break through. It's like if you're leading people, or if you're advising people, or if you're giving people strategies, if you're filling the gaps for people, they feel like you can't break down, like you don't need support, like you don't need help. And that's so far from the truth.
Oh my goodness.
Leaders need the most help because we're helping people. Right? So we're the ones that need the most support. So this work that you're doing is just so powerful and, so needed. So I want to stop before I ask you another question. Did you have something else you want to say for that? Because
I just want to add to that, because you're bringing up a very good point. I lead a lot of different, involved in a lot of different professional development groups for women. And a lot of times these are programs based with the emphasis for minority women. And I'm telling you, there's a common denominator there. There's a pattern. And one day we had a speaker, a doctor, psychologist, and she came in and she said, when she figured out that it was okay not to know what was next, I didn't have it all figured out at that moment. That changed my life. Because if you know Nikki Curry, I'm always, I'm a problem solver. That's how I lead. I'm a problem solver. I'm the cooler. I got it. You don't really see me sweat. But you know what? That's a lie.
Mm-hmm.
I had to get real with myself. Transparency builds trust, right?
Yes.
I lost my mother a couple of months ago. And I'm telling you, I lost my voice. Now, I'm one of the loudest people in the room, but I could not speak for months, for weeks, I should say. I couldn't. I was showing up, I was working, I was involved, I was taking care of customers, clients, servicing clients. And in the time I lost my mother, my son had a bad truck accident. He had to flip over his dump truck to save lives.
Oh my gosh.
We almost lost him within 72 hours of hearing about my mother's death. So I went off the grid. I blanked out. I didn't have it figured out. And mind you, I'm doing some of the biggest events in the country right now. I'm working with some of the high-level clients right now. How am I going to deal with this as a leader? How am I going to conform and pivot and adjust? I shut down. And I'm not afraid to say it. I was like, okay, give me a minute.
That's real.
Give me a minute. I couldn't figure it out. I didn't even have a voice.
Yeah.
I was numb. Yeah.
Well, I thank you so much for your transparency, because this is something that we need, because we are up here like, sometimes like nothing, like we're unbothered and we're really bothered. So first of all, condolences to your mother. I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm so glad that your son is okay.
Yes.
And I appreciate you showing up in the way that you do, because this is so needed, especially in this time, because we have to know that it's okay for us to rely and lean on each other and, and be able to be honest and authentic, in leaning on each other. That's the biggest thing. And I think that we've been taught that that's not okay.
No, exactly.
Yeah, we've been taught that that's not okay. But this, on this beautiful platform and this huge platform, I'm praying that there's people here that really are listening, to you and your transparency and what you're saying, to know that you can reach out for help. You can be in a network of women that are going through some of the same things you're going through. We need to know that. We need to know that we're not the only ones, You really need to know that. It's very important. So thank you so much for that, being, open in that way. I don't even know. What's my next question? Okay. So
this is good. Thank you for this.
It's so good. So I just wanted to ask you about misconceptions, because I know that, in the business that you do, that has to be a lot of myths and misconceptions. So can you talk to us a little bit about the misconceptions that people have about visibility and leadership?
So when it comes to visibility, a lot of people think it's about self-promotion, or they even think about they think it's about publicity, being on TV, being on radio, and that's a part of it, but you can't get the publicity part, which is something I specialize in, earned media. You can't get that part until you take care of the visibility part. And this visibility piece starts with the mindset, a mindset shift. You have to be able to shift your mind to say, okay, I'm gonna let go of some of this trauma that I have. A lot of us do. I'm gonna let go of some of these blocks I have and give myself permission to be great. I'm gonna give myself permission to step and own my greatness. Step into my greatness and own my greatness. That's the main part. So the misconception piece is that a lot of people think that they have to come across these platforms, on stages, on social media, in-person events, things like that, where they have to be all about self-promotion. It's not about that. I tell my clients, when you step into a room or when you step onto a stage, and I'm gonna say a stage to me is when you post online, you're on stage.
Yes.
When you step into a room, you're on stage. Yes. When you take a phone call, you're always on stage. Leaders, you're always on stage. So be very careful with that. So when you do that, when you step on your stage, when you own your space, try to be more interested in another person opposed to trying to be interesting. Does that make sense?
Wow. Wait a minute. You got to say that one more again. Okay, one more time.
So the way you attract people to you, visibility is nothing but branding, especially personal branding, and everything has a brand, right?
Right.
It is more important to be interested. So when I go into a room or whenever I post, I'm trying to give value. I'm trying to be more interested in servicing the needs of others. People say, oh, you can't do that. You got to toot your own horn. You can do it. You can toot your own horn, but you have to do it the right way.
Yes.
And that's what true visibility is all about. So you need to be more interested opposed to being interesting.
I really love that. And that's why I asked you to repeat it, because you talked about mindset earlier. That's a shift, a total shift in mindset. And it feels like it makes it easier to be in that room if you're looking at, if you're interested in what's going on, if you're curious about what's going on in that room, more so than trying to figure out what you need to do or how interesting you need to be, or your own horn, BB, that it seems like it would be, a lot easier, to do that. So that brings me to a trust question, like, why is visibility essential for earning trust and respect? So if you have this mindset that you're going to be more interested than interesting, and so you're allowing yourself to be visible, why would that be important or essential for earning trust and respect?
We are in a climate right now that if you don't have trust, you don't have anything. It shouldn't be about your ego. It should be about impact. And in order to build impact or create impact, you got to build trust. So visibility, when you're doing visibility the right way, it automatically builds trust. It's like a magnet. It will draw people to you.
Yeah.
It's the intentional act of showing up as your authentic self. I know people throw that word around, be authentic. But it is so important. You attract your tribe, your vibe attracts your tribe.
Yeah.
You've heard that before. So it is so important. Leaders, trust, building personal brands that gives us trust. I can go on and on and on about this, the way you show up, the way you speak, the people that you're connected with, they are an extension of your brand. They are an extension of your brand, and people don't understand that. I'm not saying cut people off because they don't have the same economic status that you have, or they don't drive the same car that you drive. I'm not saying that. I'm telling you, that is definitely not my vibe. But what I'm saying is be careful, be intentional of who you associate with, where you show up, how you spend your time. Be very intentional and make sure it is moving the needle towards brand trust, which leads to impact. It's about impact. It's not about ego. It's not.
Right. And we see so much of that these days, the ego. I love what you said. I was just taking notes because I wanted to just repeat what you said. There's a lot of value in what you said about ego versus impact. I think that's so important, that we're being impactful and not egotistical. Also, your vibe attracts your tribe. That was really powerful as well. And of course, be more interested than interesting, and then building brand trust. And I think that we've heard that, before, in a different sense of like, your life is, if you want to know why your life is the way it is, look at the 5 people around you or something like that.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I think I understand that is what you're saying about that. Wow.
Let me add this, if you don't mind. Allow me to add this, because that trust piece is so important. I see it every day. I hear it every day.
Okay.
And visibility is about showing up, right? I keep saying that it's about showing up.
Yes.
But we can build trust. If you really want to know how to do it, people trust what they see consistently.
Okay.
So the way you show up, and if you're building trust consistently, people are going to buy into what you're talking about, right? Or what you're doing, or what you're trying to accomplish.
Right.
So when leaders are visible, they humanize their brands. They humanize their roles. They build credibility. They build relationships and deeper connections with the people that they're leading. So that's why the trust factor is so important. And I just wanted to unpack that just a little bit more because it is so important. It's just so important.
I love that you did unpack that because it is, you talked about the mindset shift and you're giving us, the things, the tools that we need to shift our mindset, really like trust is built from consistency. Right. So sometimes we're on the video, and then sometimes we're not, so, showing up, being consistent. I love humanize your brand. I think that's, very important. I hadn't heard that quite said in that way. So I think that that's extremely important as well. So we've talked about a lot here. You've given us a lot of value, but I want to just break it down into what are the first steps a leader should take to increase their visibility? What's that first thing that they can do?
Oh, okay. So now this is a whole mini masterclass.
Okay.
But I'm gonna break it down. I'm gonna condense it. I'm gonna break it down. I'm gonna do my best to break it down. Okay. So what I've been taught over, a few decades ago, when it comes to the branding piece, because again, visibility is about branding the right way. Everything has a brand. The car you drive, the watch you wear, the neighborhood you live in, the city you live in. Everything has a brand, whether you know it or not, right? So the three most important factors of a brand is the image, how you show up, that kind of thing. Your messaging, what's your message? What's the platform that you stand on? How are you speaking to your audience? What are you standing for? That kind of thing. And the third thing is your point of view, your perspective. So the first step would be to clarify your message. What do you stand for? How do you want to be known? Whatever you're talking about, why does it matter? Who are you? Why should I care? And why should I listen? Those are the words of the great Les Brown. Got to give him credit where credit is due. So if I were to ask you, Milani Shani, which is a brand of its own, if I were to ask you, what do you want to be known for? What do you want to be known for? Or if I were to ask you to describe your brand or the problem that you solve, because as leaders, as individuals, period, we were all put here to solve a problem. And I can't talk about that enough. We were all put here to solve a problem, and we don't think along those lines. Dentists were put here to solve teeth problems. Lawyers were put here to solve legal problems. So Milani Shani, not to put you in the hot seat, but I'm gonna love on you.
You put me in the hot seat. Okay.
What do you want to be known for? If I were to ask you, with your amazing brand as it stands, what do you want to be known for in 2025?
I want to be known as a catalyst to help women to transform their lives so that they can live more authentically, be more fulfilled, and live in their calling. That is the most important thing for me, is that women are able to tap into, because what I see and why is because what I see is so many women doing things that are not their calling, that does not fulfill them. It stresses them out. They have all kinds of mental health issues and physical health issues because they're really not doing what they want to do because they don't believe they can. So for me, I've done that in my life. I've said yes to my calling. So I want to be known for helping women to say yes to why they're here and to live in their calling.
We are on the same page, my sister.
Yes.
I'm telling you, and I get it.
Yes.
I get it. And I love everything you just said. Now I want to take this a little bit deeper. Okay. We're doing a quick strategy session out in our master class, right? Okay, so this is the kind of discussions. I'm kind of unorthodox when it comes to leaders and stuff, because I want to give information that you can use. Yes. Once we log off, I want you to be able to say, okay, step one, I can do this. Okay, step two, here's what I need to do next, that kind of thing.
Yes.
So based on what you just said, and I said that we were all put here to solve problems, every brand, every leader, every business owner, we have to start thinking as problem solvers.
Yes.
And if I were to ask you, the great, phenomenal Milani Shani, give me one word you would use that solves the problems of your audience. Give me one word. I can give you examples, but I really want you to think off the cuff.
So give you one word that solves the problem?
Give me one word that you could use that solves the problem, that you can say, this is the one thing that I do well for my clients or my customers or my audience. For example, okay, when you think of Martin Luther King, you think of what? The Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King. You think of what?
Dream. That's what I think of.
Okay.
Talked about dream.
Good. A good choice. When you think Mother Teresa, you think of what?
Oh, compassion, healing.
Exactly. One word.
Oh.
My one word is obscurity. Did you notice the words you read in my bio?
Yes, yes, yes.
I solved the problem of obscurity and invisibility.
Okay. So my word would be stuck and burnt out.
Woo!
Yeah.
That burnt out one, boy. That's a whole action, verb, adjective, pronoun.
Yes. Those would be the words, stuck and burnt. Yes.
That's a whole nother talk show right there.
Yeah, it's a whole nother.
That's a whole nother talk show. So that's step one, your messaging. You got to know what you stand for. The second step is you got to choose the right platforms to help increase your visibility. You can call them platforms, you can call them vehicles, visibility vehicles. Some of the things I teach, this is not a cookie cutter process. This is not a dress rehearsal. Everyone, visibility plan is not done the same way.
That's right.
So what Milani Shani may need is something different from what Nikki Curry may need.
Yes.
And people say, oh, everybody has the same problems. There is an alignment or a pattern to the problems that we have within our group of people, within our communities. But you got to be spending your time on the right platforms. You got to be spending your time doing the right activities. Like, for example, LinkedIn, people really underestimate that platform. Ooh, leaders. It's no more just for job seekers. It's a lot of that going on, but business people, B2B, B2C. I didn't get serious about LinkedIn until I lost. It took me 12 years to get serious about LinkedIn. I just got a notification the other day that I reached my 13th year.
Wow.
It took me 12 years. Now I've been off and on, dibbling, dabbling, doing promotions for my clients and all that good stuff. And it works, but I didn't get serious until I wanted to be a better writer. I write for different magazines and publications and op-eds, and I write media. I do media every day of my life, right? But I didn't get serious until I said, okay, Nikki Curry, you want to be a better leader? You need to be a better writer. And the cherry on the cake is I didn't become really good at LinkedIn until I lost a $10,000 contract. Ooh. So I had to go lay down, take a nap, and do a woosah moment.
Yes.
In the right rooms, being at the right tables, being in the right places, being surrounded by the right people can change your entire trajectory. It can change your entire life, your visibility life.
Yes.
So we have to get strategic about where we're spending our time, where we're showing up, who we're associating with, the conversations that we're having, the things that we're putting into our mind. I keep going back to this mindset thing. And I think that's my personal development. And I love it.
It's real. That's real. And that's, as you've been talking to me, you're really good, because as you've been talking to me, when I said stuck and burnt out, that's really the symptoms of what I do. Right. It's really the hidden fears.
Right.
Right. It's really because I always tell people it's not what you know that's holding you back, it's what you don't know.
Exactly.
And I help people to uncover their hidden fears so that they can move forward. So you just helped me to, hone in on what my messaging really is, which is to help people to uncover what they don't know, because, they think they know and they come and telling me everything that they know. And I'm like, okay, that's not it. So let's see, because if you're telling me what it is, you would have already fixed that if you could. Right. So what is it that you don't know?
Exactly.
So thank you for that. That's really what I want to be known for, is helping people really dig down and uncover those hidden fears and be able to work through and process through those fears through our protocols and programs, and be able to be great and be authentic and live their calling, because those fears are the only things that's holding them back. So thank you for that, Nikki Carey, Master Brander. Yes. What is your, let me get it right, branding, public relations, and brand visibility strategist. Okay. Love it. Love it. Wow. Thank you so much. Like, you all just got like a living, masterclass. You weren't kidding when you said you were going to give us a masterclass, and we appreciate that so much. So you talk so much about mindset and showing up. So my question to you is, you talk to us about the LinkedIn thing and everything, which, it's something that I definitely underestimate, but what really encouraged you or inspired you to begin to show up? Like, for people who are like really struggling with showing up, what is it that you were like, you know what, I can't do this anymore. I have to show up now. I have to be visible now. I have to stand up for what I believe, I'm here to do. What was the thing that pushed you to that?
Wow. Now I have chills. I'm gonna be honest with you. I used to have all kind of dreams. I would dream things of me being on stage, or the thing that really pushed me to become more visible and to help those that wanted to be visible, because I knew I had it in me. But I also knew that some of the things that really would tick me off, and I want to use another word, but I'm not, things that would, things that breaks your heart, or things that you go, ooh, because I've always been that advocate from the underdog. I can't stand for someone to be mistreated. I can't stand for someone to feel the need of isolation. Because see, before I got to this point of where I am right now, I think I experienced I don't know if you've ever heard of the universal law of recognition. And that's something I study. The universal law of recognition. And within the universal law of recognition, there's this thing called recognizing your assignment. And so I preach a lot about the assignment piece, right? So as you're preparing to step into your assignment, you may go through a season of preparation, right?
Yes.
And in this season of preparation, because you're like, why is this happening to me? Why am I crying all the time? Why am you can feel the hurt of other people.
Yes.
Servant leaders, thought leaders, visionary leaders, we can feel that. And inclusion leaders, we can feel, we know what needs to be done. We're out here championing for others. So during this season of preparation, I would feel things. I'm like, I'm the first one. You may not even know me, but I'll go to battle with you if I believe you're right? I step on that battlefield with you. Yes. So in my season of preparation, I experience season of isolation. Whew. Seasons of being invisible, being talked about. I said the other night on another program I was on, I said, I had a friend that told me he was an entrepreneur and a leader of 25 years, been in leadership, formed his own business because he could not get the job he wanted after going to college. So he started his own business. And he would tell me, Nikki Curry, you can't worry about the people that's talking about you, because if nobody's talking about you, maybe you ain't doing enough. You don't have haters, maybe you ain't doing enough. And that's the kind of stuff you're going to have, that haters, a season of haters, when you're preparing to step into your assignment, or you're stepping into being recognized. See, I can see greatness in others that they can't see in themselves. That's my gift.
Yes.
And I'm prepared to use that gift.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. I love your passion. When you talk about it's blowing my mind, that because just listening to you talk about being invisible, being isolated, being lonely, and people talking about you, and now you're in a space where you're helping other people choose to show up, because this could have been a space where you could have easily just, said, no, I'm going to just forget about it. Right. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to help people. I'm just going to go off and use my gifts and talents to serve myself. But you didn't do that. You decided that, you know what, I'm going to step into my assignment so that others can step into their assignment. And I just think that is so powerful and so amazing and so admirable for you to just step into your assignment regardless. And one of the things that came to my mind when you said people talking about you, one of the things that my mentors used to say is that when people are not talking, they talk about you when you're great. If nobody's talking about you, you're not doing anything. You're not doing anything great. So nobody has anything to talk about. So I think that it's a wonderful thing for you to be in a space where, you're so passionate. Like I can feel your passion around really helping people to do what it is that they come here to do. And I think part of that passion is because of all the things you've been through. So everything is absolutely purposeful. So I wanted to also ask you, because you've been through so much, what advice do you give people who are struggling with imposter syndrome or struggling with, who they are? They know they have an assignment, but for them, it's too hard to, do that assignment. So they settle for other things and they don't think they're good enough. They don't think they have enough, and because sometimes the world can, convince us of that. So, what advice would you give to them, people who are struggling with that?
Imposter syndrome, some people say it's not a real thing, but it definitely feels like a real thing, right? A lot of us have definitely experienced that. But I said this again the other night on a show, and it's coming up for me again. We've all faced some traumas and we have some visibility blocks, and it keeps us from doing our great work. Yeah. But when you start to worry about your haters and you start to think about those that are talking about you or judging you, because people are judging you, someone is always watching you. I want you to do this quick exercise. I want you to step back and think about those people you think is possibly judging you. And I want you to tell me one thing that they've done that's just so spectacular. I'll wait. What is one thing that they've done that's so phenomenal? And 99.9% of the time, when I ask my clients to do this, those that are feeling that, I don't want to be seen, I don't want people to think I'm weak, or I say, you know what? You can't give me a name, because the people that's doing their work, stepping into their greatness, being active, taking care of business, leading others, they don't have time to sit back and judge you. Right. They're not judging you. They're not even thinking about you.
That's right. Mm-hmm.
But those that you're worried about, Aunt Sue, Ray Ray, and Coolio, and all of them, they ain't doing nothing. So that's why you got to step out there and do your work.
That's right.
You got to make it happen. Wow. And that's my answer.
Good answer. Thank you. So in this time that we're in, for some very difficult times, for others, great times, how does a leader, how do they maintain their visibility during these times of crisis or uncertainty? It's a lot of uncertainty in our world right now. So what advice would you give to leaders and how to maintain their visibility? And I love that you talked about mindset. And if you don't mind, like covering some of that mindset, what mindset you think leaders need to have to maintain their visibility during times of uncertainty?
I'd say, what I do is a form of communications, and it's just different levels of communications, verbal, nonverbal, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
I say, go back to your why. Why are you doing this?
Yeah.
Why and who? Because the why is attached to the who. A lot of times I teach start with the who, because that why is attached to that who is so important. It's about serving others. It's about proving yourself to help someone else. And so when you shift your focus to serving and being a conduit for other people, you take your mind off of this imposter syndrome or being uncertain or even being overwhelmed, because it helps you to create wins for other people. And that's why it's so important. So step back. Things are not as bad as it seems, because you will get through this. This too shall pass. You will pass through this. Okay. Yes. Take it for what it is. Look at it for what it is. You never run out of solutions until you stop looking for them.
I love it. I love that so much. So any last words or final thoughts that you want to leave with our audience today?
I just want to say, everyone, please step out into your greatness. Don't worry about what everybody else is doing. Do your part, show up for you, and show up for those that are counting on you. Someone is waiting for you to lead them to the next level, and you can do it.
Wow. Can you tell our audience how they can reach you, your website, or any other ways that they can reach you and reach out to you and get help?
I would love for people to connect with me on LinkedIn, because it's a visibility strategy, and your LinkedIn profile will come up before your website. But Nikki Curry Media is my LinkedIn genre or handle over there. But I do want to give the audience a free visibility guide. If you go to www.tinyurl, it's a shortened link, tinyurl.com/Nikki Curry. tinyurl.com/Nikki Curry.
Got it. So thank you so much for being here with us today. So many gems, so many things, so much value. And the masterclass was amazing. So I have to personally thank you for that. I appreciate you so much for being with us today and for sharing all of the beautiful gems that you shared with us today. So Nikki Curry Media, everybody, reach out and get your brand exploded.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for having me.
All right, Jesus. All right. And we'll see you on the other side.
Absolutely.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with
a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.